Welcome everyone. Sorry, I know I'm two matches into this league from last night. I crammed in games, but I didn't feel like finishing the league because I wanted to go to sleep. So we're cheating again with a 2-0 start. Here, what is going on? Well, it wouldn't be a stream without Moto crashing. Sure. Let me log in. 1 second. Hey Dylan, glad to have you tonight. Are you playing the vintage or legacy? I guess Eternal Weekend. I unfortunately will not be able to participate, barring last minute, FOMO and waking up at 1 a.m. I realize the screen is not back yet. I'm still logging in. Should be back now. All right, here we go. Aiming for them both evenings. Okay, sure. Evening. A ticket, maybe you're not. I'm trying to think. In the right. You're not in the North American time zone because it should be early morning, right? Oh, okay, sure, sure. I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, definitely DGen for sure. For me, I would pretty much have to not quite pull all nighter, but like stay up to like the break of dawn, and I don't think I want to subject myself to that. Unfortunately, I will not be able to go back to back top eights. I guess I did top eight last year's Eternal Weekend, but looks like I won't be able to defend that. So I think my audio, I did install the update just before starting the stream. Hey, Answer Key Gaming, how's it going? So it sounds like the audio update went through fine. So let me know if that doesn't work. I just got off work and just showered. So if there are any technical difficulties and you can't hear me, let me know. Here are my socials again for those who are curious. But yeah, the idea behind this new list, and it's to be seen at least how this plays out. Like I theory crafted it last Saturday, essentially having main deck snuff outs because I think if ever there were a time to play main deck snuff out in elves, this is probably it. Because of initiative, we can beat Delver I think without snuff out main, but I think in my experience at least so far is I found the matchup to be quite difficult uh, game one. And I don't know if I want to try to win 2 games post board. Like I have to do against combo decks, but it's just something to consider. I did 5-0 with not this exact list, but the same main deck more or less Saturday, and then since then have been like tweaking. The other thing is I didn't try it yet. I haven't played any matches with this yet, but in this league I'm trying the 2 Knight of Infamy as just like the black version of the whatever berserker that the red decks are playing, the Delver decks are playing now. I'm typically not a fan of like these kind of super narrow cards that only come in for one matchup, even if it's the most popular archetype, which I think it's going to be close between Delver and Initiative, at least for Eternal Weekend. I think for the Showcase Challenge, sorry, qualifier that's coming up a Sunday, I think Initiative may even be more popular, but I mean that's just a guess, right, based on my observations. The So a lot of this build is essentially with respect to White Stompy. So only 2 Waterwood, I thought about going playing Fort Shepherd because I didn't want to lose to Chalice accidentally game one, but it's not particularly great in my opinion. I think I'd rather just have the fifth dork. No opposition agent main, which is a bad card against not only Delver but now also a second very popular deck in Initiative. And then the sideboard I had been testing Grief, which I've had mixed results. I think it is good. The problem is I don't think I've solved how to really build around Grief perfectly yet. The issue is not so much you can't pitch a card. It's more so I don't really want to pitch Artisan. So what ends up happening a lot of times, also you kind of have to mulligan aggressively. So sometimes you just down a card, like maybe down two cards, right? Because after the first mull. Something that is maybe not a deal breaker, but I have to think about it some more. And I think people are here to try to. I mean, I did call the stream Legacy, sorry, Eternal Weekend Cramming, right? So I would feel a little guilty if I endorsed the list I wasn't 100% comfortable with. And while Grief is really strong, I'm not sure I've really solved the card yet, how to incorporate it perfectly. The reanimate package was pretty neat. Um, the problem with it though is what was I gonna? The problem with the reanimate package is I realize it does not line up well with Touch the Spirit Realm specifically. Do you find main deck snuff out makes you weaker against Wasteland? Uh, yes and no. What it does end up making me do is fetch Bayou more proactively. So yes, there it's not free, but at the same time, it tends to be okay. It's just that I don't really want to do so. It's not free. So I guess to answer your question, yes. At least game one, game two and three, obviously everything is the same, right? Like, where it's really awkward is like you have snuff out in your hand and you fetch Bayou, and suddenly they go turn one Blood Moon. That is definitely, I think, might have even happened, but definitely an awkward scenario. One thing I've liked about Snuff Out main is there are certain players who will try to exploit the fact that Elves does not have traditionally removal main deck, and that is just asking a bit blown out now. Like I have people who take ridiculous mulligans against me sometimes, where and the number one example is a turn one combo player, right? Like I see the mull to four and I know immediately okay the opponent is on Reanimator, but unfortunately I kept a generically good hand and I'm gonna get turn one here. So things like that have happened unfortunately, and that's only mitigated by that's only mitigated if we have force of will, which we don't. But I think the exploiting the fact that we don't have removal can be stopped though. They might be on Delver. 8 cast is a possibility. Mm. Also, I just play a higher land count than most people, so there's that too. Shredder. I think here, given no snuff out. Shredder kind of annoying against us for sure, because we play a lot of spells each turn. One thing we could have done was we could have assumed our opponent was on Delver and then led with a Wirewood, and then like they can either just not kill it or we like make their sequencing awkward, right? Ugh, that's a killer. Like we really need to hit land drops, and I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of frustrated with just maybe we just have to play the Karagas main deck again. Like we in this in L's in general, you want to hit that third land, and just not happening for us. That's awkward. I don't think we can do anything now. That's like kind of bad for us. This game is completely different if we have a third land here because of the endurance. And maybe that's the big takeaway, right? Like, this is kind of brutal. They might sanctuary the heat. The reason why we let that through is we have the endurance uncounterable here, and we can blow that out. What is going on here? Oh, I see. They're getting the extra loot. Yeah, endurance MVP right there. Might have just saved the game. I could have stopped their sanctuary, but I wanted to blow them out. Yeah. This is respect from our opponent, who I think we Doctor Hussar here knows me a little bit, and I think this is the respect that this is probably game over. Like, I think they know the writing's on the wall, right? Like, this is gonna take over the game. Like, that's just kind of a mutual respecting, and I perceive it as like in terms of giving me the benefit of doubt that that's probably gonna win. Like, that's why you play the card, right? All right. I think now we can just board this out. Bring in the endurances. I think the land for sure. Did anyone play Artisan F4 seasons? I think Inigo did, and so did what's it called? So did let me see. Hayabusa. They both played it. I don't know who else beyond that played Artisan, but definitely those two. It's kind of cold. Our hand is all black spells. I don't love this, to be honest. It can end up being really good or just like completely backfire. I think we can, man. If we draw a 1-drop, then it becomes a lot good, better. That's better. Sure. I think here we're gonna snuff out. If they want to daze it, I'm okay with that actually. The reason being is, if they do daze it, then I don't lose. I don't give them the extra trigger for the shredder. If they want to daze this, they can. Might be a sweeper here though. 2 for 1. Yeah. We were going to have to walk into that anyways. Like, given given the texture of our hand. Like, it's that or lose a land, right? I don't think that's what I want. I'd rather lose the artist than the land, given that our end game is Gris. Sure. Do you feel Legacy is healthy at the moment? Are you concerned about the impact? Uh, I do not feel Legacy is healthy at the moment, or at least the gameplay is miserable. That's probably a better way to explain it. Um, I think there is a big discrepancy between the really good decks and the medium decks. Um, the question here is, do I want to walk into days? I think the answer is no. I think I resolve this. I probably win. What are the really good decks in your eyes? The really good, I think it's White Initiative, Delver. Uh, bef- I'm not sure how Elves is positioned at the moment, but before I would have said Elves. I think Doomsday is really well positioned, and then Moonstomping I would have said before. But I'm not sure how Initiative changes that. Ooh. Playing around double days here. Seems like they have force plus pitch in their hand. They're thinking about doing it. The unholy heat, seeing the grit. Sorry, the EI being the unholy heat was pretty good for them. Yeah, I think they have to, right? Nine is kind of an awkward number. Ugh. There's the Murtide. The awkward part there was if Grist lives, I think we win. Um, I don't know if we have an out that handles both. What makes elves less well positioned? I think elves needs to potentially solve the initiative matchup. I think before initiative, elves might have been the best deck in the format. Like, you put me on a lie detector test, I might have passed. I think I would have passed if saying that. I don't think I would say that right now because I think it potentially has an initiative problem. But the sample size is so small, it's hard to judge. And I'm like adjusting my list too, so because I think elves, the Delver matchup is the best it's been in a long time. And I think he has plenty of game against Doomsday. I think you're probably a slight underdog against Moon Stompy, but can't beat everything, and it's not unwinnable. Uh, so those are like the top decks I thought before, and really only Moon Stompy I thought was a negative matchup. Now, if Initiative is also a negative matchup, then it's Elves gets worse. Not as well positioned, right? Shredder makes me wonder. Maybe I should keep in the natural order package. Like they're a little slower. Heat probably no bolt. Oh, thank you, Loomer88. Anytime. I think here we're just gonna like slam the Visionary and see what happens. That's pretty good. What triggered the knight being put in sub is extra removal not enough to solve mono white? To be honest, it's more to try than anything else. It like just if I'm being honest. I think we go Shepherd. Like I don't want them to day both the Shepherd and the Daze. So I'm playing around that right now. I could have sequenced it the other way, but then if they force the water, I'm gonna feel really silly. This is why I actually think this card is a little bit overrated. Like it's not great for sequencing until I would say the mid game. Like the early game is what really matters, and the sequencing for Shepard is like a little bit awkward. Outside of like Heritage Druid, which helps. The problem with Heritage Druid is you just like get blown up by sweepers. I mean, to like I said, answer key gaming. More removal might be okay. The problem is I don't love any of the removal spells beyond Snuff Out. Like Trophy's probably the least bad, so to speak. Like Fatal Push, like I hate it against Delver because like sometimes I don't want to kill their Delver because I have an endurance out. Like it's like awkward, and it's like virtual card disadvantage. That tells me they either have forced or bolt, but not both. Maybe they have the force and not the bolt because they use one bolt already. Maybe this kills the Wirewood. I don't know. It could be. The problem is, I wish it wasn't worded the way it was, where it has to enter the battlefield that turn. Of course, if it wasn't that, it probably would be broken in half. I think it probably needs to be worded that way. I've thought about that card. But like I said, it probably has to be worded that way. Otherwise, I feel like zero mana non-conditional sweep is pretty crazy at instant speed. Actually, if you made a source, actually that's still too broken. Look at Fury, right? Like Fury is a pretty messed up card. I think at black, two and a black, I might try it. I still might try it just because I tried bad cards, but I found like some of these diamond in the roughs like Noxious Revival, right? That I mean, actually, to be fair, Noxious Revival sees legacy. I mean, not legacy, vintage play in one of the most iconic decks in vintage of all time, which is Dredge. So I guess that's not super surprising. Also, speaking of which, speaking of vintage, I want to give a big shout out to a couple of vintage buddies of mine. I haven't met them in person yet, but I know Brian Koval started his went full time for his stream, so that's pretty cool to see. And then Justin Ganari, I know top eight the legacy event, so there's that too. So here they have everything but sorcery. It's times like this where like collective is not the worst to keep in. Yeah, just digging a lot deep. What did they reveal? Activate Bishop Bobble. Hold on. The question here is, do I get the endurance or do I bog? Feels like board presence might be actually. I'm like flooding out beyond belief though. One minute, too many lands. 1 minute, not enough. Where's Green Brainstorm when we need it? So the thing is, Shredder is kind of actually annoying in this matchup. Like we want to play a mid range game, and Shredder, like I kind of want to leave a natural order against them. It's like a little bit awkward. So they get in for 3. That is kind of interesting. Do I care about a Murktide here? I think I probably do. Yeah, Stoneforge makes actually what I could have done was like endurance and then like dare them to have the Murktide so I can get the DRC off the board. Like no Delver makes Engineer worse here, and that's maybe reason to leave in part of the leave in natural order. Also, it doesn't help that I just flooded out like crazy. Pass the turn, please. Yeah, I might have misboarded. I think they board. They might have boarded out Wasteland too. This could get too big. I think. Four. Actually, I regret fetching there because I thought I could cast Engineer and I couldn't. Now I leave myself open to Brotherhood's End. Which I think is gonna happen. So that was a misplay by me. Like, or if I fetch, I don't get the Arbor there because I think I just messed. I take that back. I take that back. I'm relieved to see that actually now. 4 lands in hell does not help though. Yeah, it feels like I misboarded because, or they either know how I'm boarding and just like sidestep the way, or I also drew like super poorly for what it's worth. We'll name human. We got the DRC off the board, but I think it might be late.
Welcome, Mike. By the way, yeah, I think I don't feel good about. Obviously, we can still top deck either the Last Shepherd or Actually, are we playing four shepherds? I don't even know in this list. I have to look. We you can top deck the Last Shepherd. We can top deck Green Sun. We can top deck Snuff out. We have a lot of outs. We haven't drawn. We drew one side. Excuse me. One sideboard card. Potentially two. We don't know which copy of Endurance this is, but like we just have way too many lands this game. They probably attack. Yeah, I mean, I think they have no choice. I think they sit. I think from their perspective is like, if the person has it, if they have it, right? There's an argument to be made. I'm supposed to block with endurance there, and I just didn't think about it. Yeah, there's an argument to be made. I'm supposed to block with endurance there. Is that a force? Maybe they boarded out their forces. I don't know. Actually, we had Shepherd for a while, so jeez. Well, they're down to 20 cards, so all right, we lost now. Yeah, it definitely felt like we misboarded. They boarded out all their wastelands, and we just got out sidestepped. We also flooded out, but I think that's one of the things that can happen. I mean, I don't even think it's that good against us. It's just like it's one of those things where you look at the game the way it played out. Like we played around things that weren't there, and that's actually one of the strengths of cutting Delver, right? Like that was pretty awkward. What happened right now? Like the way we boarded probably helped them, and I think if I were to do it again, knowing what I know now, I probably keep in the natural order package. Given the way they played the match, and I probably should have realized that um, after game two. Okay, of course, we're just dead now. I guess. I hate these kind of decks. They just don't want to play Magic, I guess. I mentioned this privately. I don't actually enjoy Legacy at the moment because I feel like the decisions I make don't matter anymore outside of before the registering for the event, right, or the league or whatever. Because it just feels like Legacy's at a point where I don't think any of the decisions matter. Like the decks play themselves at this point. Everything's like determined by turn three, I think, or even earlier. Once I solve the grief problem, that I may just take a break from Legacy because to me, I don't enjoy current gameplay. I think win or lose, right? Like even in the games where I win, it just feels like my decisions don't matter. Like I either blow them out or they blow me out, right? Like actually, to be fair, the matchup against the blue red deck right now was pretty interesting. I think that was like pretty cool to play against. But like I don't enjoy this type of gameplay at all, where the other side is trying to just cheese a win. Mm. I mean, I don't even mind unfair. Like I have no issue with like Ant. Like Doomsday, especially even before the Thassa's Oracle, I think there's like no issues with that. I think right now Doomsday is a little bit easier, but I think it's probably fine. There's a lot of decision making to be made. It's the deck doesn't pilot itself, is what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, there's that. It's just like, I guess it kind of makes me think that this is like vintage now, right? Like you have to play force, otherwise you have to play something that wins turn one. Interesting. Grateful Head. What do you think? There's a difference in the matchups you're playing against, or what? Or maybe like the way your deck is structured. So, for instance, I'll even use on the flip side, right? Like obviously against Moon Stompy, um, they go turn one Moon. I can't really do anything about it. Uh, on the flip side, I've been on the other side where I play against Control. I feel like no matter what they do, they can't stop what I'm gonna do because the deck is Legacy is so redundant now, where all my cards do the same thing, and eventually I'm gonna natural order them. So that's the flip side, right? And I don't know if that's like super entertaining either. Chain lightning is interesting, but yeah, I would love to hear your opinions, Grateful Head. Like here, I made one play right all game. Don't think I want this against a moon deck. So yeah, I think definitely in the fair matchups, like there's probably more gameplay. I just feel like decks like non-blue decks outside of maybe elves and the stompy decks are not in a good spot right now because of the way initiative forces things to either go underneath, either AKA combo, or you play like hard control, right? Like then maybe. Uh, I think it might be a rough spot at the moment, but I could be wrong. A land. And probably land. Actually, engineer. Land. Yeah, I mean, I've paired into this Motown 4 before. They play like really off the wall things. Keep. I do have a few matchups that are rough but not unwinnable. Fair. Fair. So here, I'm gonna play it safe and just get that. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? It's like, do I have force or in this case snuff out, right? Like if I don't, I lose, right? Might moon me here. It's not the worst. This matchup in particular is what I think of when I think of my decisions don't matter. And not even this build per se. So what I mean by that is like I've had a lot of games against Moonstoppy where I made a ton of mistakes and it just didn't matter because they had the wrong hand against me, and vice versa, where they made all the wrong decisions and didn't matter for the same reason. I think that. The question here is like, I think we do that, but I don't love it. We could get blown out here. I don't agree, I don't disagree. It's always been part of eternal formats, like stacks and things like that. Also, like obviously, workshop is a thing in vintage. I don't think necessarily think the gameplay is great though, but yeah, it's the problem is the decks. Those decks have always been kind of inconsistent in Legacy. I think now it's just like super consistent. Is also the threats are just better. But the mana is really the issue, right? Ancient Tomb I think is the broken card. Sure. Legacy meta feels balanced and diverse right now. That I don't think I have an issue with that statement. I just think there's a big gap between the really good decks and the everything else, if that makes sense. I guess I'll get another force. All right. Well. Okay, I can't do everything I want to do here, which is like get an arbor. Well, I guess that I could do that. It's just really played draw dependent at the moment. Yeah, I mean it's not great. That's some for sure. I don't want to play basic swamp. I don't think it's good. I'll get endurance. I almost think you should run 1 or 2 deep shadows for black. I thought about birch lore, so you're not like off base. Def not Oz. Um, but we'll see. Like I'm the good thing that I guess is keeping me interested at the moment is like deck building is pretty fun at the moment because I did think I had a good feel for how to build the elves in the previous metagame, but the metagame has completely changed, which I guess is potentially a good thing, in the sense that I have something to work on. It's like that's kind of fun. I will say. Also, anybody building initiative is probably pretty fun for you because there's a couple ways to build it. Mm, all right. Oh my god, why? Yeah, I wonder what hybrid mana dork we're talking about here that would unlock Grief. That would be pretty sick. All right, I think here we're gonna kill the Rabble Masters and then go to town. Yeah, for sure. Feels like we're pretty ahead in this match now. This is kind of a cool line. I think out of Modern Horizons 2, my initial gut feeling was Subtlety wasn't really played. Seeing some play now as an answer to Initiative. I think Grief was a negative for the format. I think Fury was a negative for the format. I felt Solitude was a positive for the format. And I felt Endurance was a positive for the format. Now, unfortunately, I think Solitude is now one of the bad guys. But that's neither here nor there, I guess. What are we doing here? We could. I guess we can just bash with this. Get a third one. I'm surprised you aren't on combo elves. What do you mean by that, Eb11? Why are you surprised? Alright, we're just gonna like run all of these in now. They have to block, right? Like. Yeah, Fury's kind of BS. Like, like why? I think Solitude was actually a good thing because it allowed DNT to like catch up to elves and catch up to some of these other creature combo decks. Uh, Unfortunately, it is now kind of like Anakin Skywalker, right? Like it's being used for nefarious reasons. So okay, so I guess that is a kind of like a comment about which position of elves is better at the moment. I think that also depends on how competitive your metagame is. So I think pretty well accepted that this version of the deck is a little bit harder to play, and I think if you're kind of like a casual elf player or don't play that or don't get have the chance to play a lot of reps, I think the other deck might be better suited for you if your metagame is not all like killers, right? It's just like a lot of people who play maybe the monthly events, but like maybe once a week, not every day or something. I think the Netto build might be better suited because you're less likely to make a mistake, and I feel like the average legacy player does not really know how to play against elves. Especially, yeah, I feel like they don't really know how to play against elves, and they don't know that the bottleneck is really mana and not really the payoff. So I've seen it where like the opposing player will wait until natural order is on the stack and then counter. But like the problem is by that time the elf player has like 4 or 5 mana and they could just do it again next turn, right? Now obviously this doesn't apply to combo because if you counter their natural order, then you kill them with, Doomsday the following turn, whatever, right? But in fair matchups, I feel like a lot of people don't know like how to play against elves and or at least don't approach the matchup as aggressively as they're supposed to be when they're on a tempo deck. Now, I think if you have two like, 90th percentile players, I I don't think the Neto version is um what is the word I'm looking for? I don't think that version is like well positioned. But I think in like 50th percentile, it might be okay. Like I think it's probably fine. Hey Josh, how's it going? Combo elves is pretty tough. Are you talking to play? I think it's like pretty straightforward. Like the lines are like pretty much plays themselves in my opinion. The combo elf version. This is bad. Yeah, killing the walkers is kind of obscene out of Fury. Sandstone Eater, sure. So Josh, I'm sorry you guys didn't get the Aaron Judge. Oops, wrong one. I thought he was going there too, cause based on a report I saw, but guess it wasn't meant to be. Oops. When I play 8 cast, it's always hard for me to know when it's worth forcing dismemberment mana when I have to deal with oof. Yeah, for sure have a Bovita. Like I think that one is kind of unique because there's a card you auto lose to. I think as a as a general rule of thumb though, it's mostly correct to what is the word I'm looking for? As a general rule of thumb, it's mostly correct to I don't think I'm a visionary and just like try to get Progenitus. It's generally correct to go after their mana. Obviously, there's a point where like they just have so much mana it doesn't matter anymore. But like to start the game, that's what should be your game plan. Sure. Endurance is definitely the good guy. So I think subtlety is fine too. I don't have any problems with that. If I get subtlety by, a blue player, it's kind of like getting solitude originally by D&T. It's kind of like, oh, I'm glad they have access to that card now. I think here we just kind of like we just know them, right? I think I saw a question that I agree with. Would it have been better to play Heath on Force on turn one? I think that might have been better, Inquisitor. What is the word I'm looking for? I autopiloted a little bit there, but you have a good point. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like super play draw. I mean, there's no really escaping that totally, but I feel like it's the worst it's been. So I think here I'm gonna kill the clock that they have, and then oh, correct, yeah, sure. So we're gonna get in there for 10, get the forest. I'm gonna kill the chaos because I think that's the only fast clock that they have. I'm like scared of a, I don't know what. Yeah, endurance would have been fine too. I think here we just like kill their thing and then Sure, Josh. I mean, you're talking about cheating here, but I mean that's fair or unfair. You kind of like endurance better. I think the issue. Well, I think they're kind of the same. The issue with endurance, I'm a little bit afraid of them just like fury our thing and then just swing in with seven. Right. That way we get at least a five off the board. Okay, there's the fury I'm talking about. Fury our thing and then do the thing, which is like F6. The game's already over, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure how we died, but like better the safe than sorry, right? I'm trying to think the craziest thing I've ever had happen where I thought the game was over and then it wasn't. I think somebody I had an Archon of Valor's reach out once, and then they played Chaos Warp on it. Like this was like a long time ago when Archon was still pretty good, and I was like, I did not know the Moonstompy players were playing that. Shohei to the Dodgers. That would be great. He wouldn't have to really move either. All right. So we lost here and then we won here. I think here it's possible. Like, if I'm being honest, I think Doctor Hussar here, outmaneuvered us. Like I think he had the game plan of boarding out the wasteland, or or he didn't draw it. But I think that like we from a macro standpoint probably outplayed us, if I'm being honest, because we won game one, and I feel like against that kind of deck we're definitely supposed to win at least one of the post board games. Um, I really really don't want to hate him. You can't hate Shohei. No, I think the only way, even if he went to the Astros, I don't think I would be able to hate Shohei, Josh, for what it's worth. I think here, I feel like Shohei is just so likable. I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom, but here's what we're dealing with, what we're working with tonight. I may change up for the second league. I'm using the restroom. All right, I am back. It's pretty sure the league I just played is a close meta game of EW. Two initiative, one Shanta, one Fort C, one Stoneforge. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Okay, first time player here, I believe, is on white initiative. I beat them recently, but it was close. Actually, it was this player that I realized, um, what is it called? It was this player here that I realized the reanimate did not line up well against touch the spirit realm, and I'm curious who they are because they play pretty well. I don't know who this player is. They're mulligan. See, this is what I'm talking about. The aggressive mulligan to four, right? Granted, their deck they might have been doing that regardless, but like people trying to just hose me with the turn one combo, right? Probably like they know what I'm on, and then they don't want to keep Thalia hands and whatnot. All right, we are dealt a fortunate hand though. Ooh, we needed to hit a land there, but I actually think London Mole is a good net thing because of limited for what's worth. Death Not Eyes. Unfortunately, there's like huge implications in constructed, but you're not wrong. Like, so it's like kind of unfortunate. I think we dig for the land. Should have all the tournaments not on it. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I guess. Actually, I should have played the Elvish Mystic. That was a mistake. In case they play Annoyed a Spirit Keeper or whatever it's called. Definitely a misplay on my behalf there. Archon, sure. Um, there's a couple of things here. I think I want to play the Endurance. And sorry, I want to play the Mystic because I tick down. They play another. My opponent. Oh, this is Justin Porches. Let's go with that, and then I think I want to build my board even more, and then if they walk into an endurance, then it's like free. Justin's a good player. I don't think he's gonna do that. He might like it's a little telegraphed. Obviously, it could be opposition agent, but like, or he has the removal spell. There's that too, right? I don't know how. So the other thing is Justin doesn't play a lot of Legacy anymore, from what I understand. Yeah. So it's possible he just didn't see this coming. All right. How are we boarding here? We try the Knight of Infamy, and then opposition agent. Actually, no opposition agent. What am I doing? I think engineer is okay against mind sensor and like elite spellbinder if they're on that. Otherwise it's kind of bad. I think it's like a double. I think it's like a double-edged sword for combo, right? Like game one, it definitely helps. In game two and three, like opponents can mulligan it super aggressively. So the cool thing is Justin is actually a local here in LA. So I know him a little bit from before. He's actually a strong Miracles player from before, but I think he plays other formats now. All right, we'll finally see how the Night of Infamies do. Well, you have to because you just lose if you don't. So what I was thinking is like if Wizards doesn't want to compromise their bottom line, I think we'll keep. If Wizards doesn't want to compromise their bottom line, but at the same time we don't want these like ultra aggressive mulligans in constructed is maybe you get to a point where you make constructed 100 cards, right? Like you like handshake with the EDH players, right? 100 cards a Neil thing. And they get to make a lot of money too because sure. They get to also make a lot of money because what was I gonna say? Like people have to build 100 card decks, right? There's like more to buy, but maybe that's just like me crazy thinking. This could be a Mindbreak trap turn if that makes sense. Once into Snuff into Allosaurus Shepherd. Hmm. We can Snuff on his turn. Yeah, shuffling is a problem. That's I play enough EDH to know that problem. Ima- so imagine being in my shoes where I play Goblin Recruiter in EDH. It's just a miserable card to resolve. I thought about just cutting it just because it's miserable. Annoyed. Okay, so I think here I got to kill the adventurer. It's gonna be a problem. I just feel like that's not intuitive though. Death Knot. Like I don't like it when the rules are not the same across the board. If that makes sense. At least with limited and construct, the number of cards in the deck are already different. I think we artisan here. All right. The may attack. I guess not. Who do they go? They go to the Shep. Sure. Doo-doo-doo. I think we can play the Oof, and then I want to like pitch the Shepherd. You can't do the bounce. They name Wirewood with Peacekeeper. That's like a million mana. I think here we want to Gris and tick up. If they had Mind Sensor, they would have played it. So it's definitely not that. At most, it could be Containment Priest. Yeah, exactly. Definitely not Oz. Sure.
Ugh. That's kind of annoying. I think we might have lost this game. Like, it's not panning out the way I want. Natural order doesn't even fix things, I think, at this point. Oh my god. Yeah. Yikes. They should probably block, yeah. Makes sense. How did this game play out? What do we... They went turn one adventurer. It's hard to beat. We went turn one Wirewood. No, not Wirewood. Uh, Shepherd. They went turn two Peacekeeper. Yeah, that's gonna be hard to beat. The problem with the minus, I have to look at the board state again. Oh my god. Yeah, for sure. Alright, that's probably this game. Jesus. I would have to do the math again, what it was. Do we want to show this? This is colorless, which is super annoying too. But it makes sense because guys like myself, so Justin's one step ahead, right? You're like, well, let me think. I think we just concede here. We're pretty behind. Right, like we played that. Even we played it, like what are we drawing into? Like this can just continue to destroy us. All right. Yeah. So gut shot is to kill like the berserker, right? And by default, kills are infamy too. Torpor orb is like decent. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean it's weird now, right? Like Delver and White Stompy are like teching for each other and for the mirror. Yeah, Lori's is back, Dustin. I know they. I know she's been having some events. I haven't been able to go because for multiple reasons. Namely, I've been busy and my deck's just not even updated, so I'm like missing, ironically enough, the Fiend Artisans. I think I have the Agent. I think I have most of the. I don't have the Griefs, but that's kind of new. Yeah, so the good thing is because you waited, at least Allosaurus Shepherd is like really cheap now. I bought them and didn't even use them, and now they've like tanked in price. This is pretty good. Keep. I think we want to hit our third land drop, so I'm not gonna play the Misty. Obviously, if they go turn one, it's kind of bad. Actually, yeah, let's just not lose to a anointed Peacekeeper. Swords, yeah.
Why do I always? It's the new progenitors. This might just hose them, right? We'll see. They made Solitude and Eldrazi in response. Is But I'd rather them tap out the mana here. The tempo is huge. There also no snuff out is a thing, so we shall see if they go for it or not. Not loving this list at the moment. Like, yeah, I've always wanted. I've tried this in like D&T. It's pretty neat card. Cavern. Oh, wow, that's pretty aggressive. Sure. So they didn't go for the play. I think they thought about it and they're like, "There's, I probably have something." The displacer is actually quite smart because it beats Virtuous Rune too, which is like a thing. Huh. I always feel like I never have enough mana. Like I can't have the snuff out plus the turn one dork. Like that's the dream, right? And maybe I just need to play more dorks. Like just accept that the metagame's changed. We'll change the list in the second league. Like I'm playing five dorks and I still don't have I feel like in this current metagame you always need to turn one dork now. I actually got advice from Jeff Lynn to do that, and then I tried it and it was good initially, and then I played it as control decks, and it was pretty bad. Yeah, ignoble is reasonable. Single Show's not great because of Solitude. Keep that in mind. I think they're gonna go for it here. I think they thought about it last turn, but oh my god. I've had a lot of problems against these ephemerate type decks like that people would like to brew in Legacy, and now it's like a real thing, so it's a problem. Can we kill the displacer with snuff? We could, and you're right, Def Oz. Maybe it's worth it. Well, maybe it's worth it to hit it first. I was just hoping they would go for the blowout, but then based on the fact that they've demonstrated that they're not going to walk into it, maybe I should have just done that. They still would have got us with a touch for what it's worth. Now we're just probably screwed. When Solid was on the stack. Oh, Solitude? Yeah, we could have done that. But then they could still get us with touch, right? Now I think we just lose. Oh, I hate this matchup. Yeah, for sure. Death Not Oz. I guess, I mean, we're probably losing regardless. But now we're probably just screwed. Ugh, I need to solve this problem. I think this is a bad matchup. And we need to fix it. I'm not sure what the best direction is because each attempt I've taken to fix it has made some of the other matchups worse outside of the Delaware matchup, which has gone better. But we'll see in the second league. I'm not playing this weekend. PH43. I'm just testing for my patrons. Natural order top deck would have been nice. Maybe it is time for Torpor. Oops, wrong one. Although, yeah, maybe it is time for Torpor Orb. Although Touch the Spirit Realm actually hits it, I think, with the O-ring thing. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think this deck may get banned. Well, we'll see. We'll give the meta time to adjust. If it were me, ban Ancient Tomb, right? That's the real problem. I'm curious, how did we win game one? Oh, they would have gained a 4, so just the aggressive mulligans, right? That's fair. Alright, well, it is what it is. I don't think initiative is the real problem. The thing is, there's gonna be power creep, and they're gonna continue bring good threats. So we're gonna have this discussion all the time in going forward. I think with the power creep of creatures. All right, we're gonna rebuild the list here with some of the things I think I saw. Let's do it. Cradle safe. Oops. This one has one, two, three, four, five dorks. We have five dorks here. Maybe we want the six. Am I gonna start another one? Hey, Justin. Yeah, I'm probably gonna start another league. Yeah, we're for sure. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I was mentioning that some of the deck building that you had was really smart in terms of like the Eldrazi Displacer dodging pro white. What is it called? There's another thing I noticed that was I thought pretty. The gut shot thing is known because Bob Huang posted out as well to deal with what is it called, Berserker. What was it? Oh, okay, I was gonna add another. Okay, BRB. I'm gonna transfer a card over to this account real quick. So I'm moving some Finhorns over. I don't know how many dorks I'm gonna play, but actually it's malpractice on my behalf. Probably. Well, actually, I should maybe a Birch Lord as well. Maybe not actually. All right, we're back. I assume Thing plus Solitude. Are the mirrors just dumb snowballs? Or are they interesting? So, like, I'm gonna try a normal build without the Snuff Outs main and see how I like that. But I just the problem is I this deck has always had problems with these like ephemerate type combo decks. And my solution before was just ignore them because they weren't popular. But now that's it's a thing. Like I have to finally, not procrastinate, so to speak, anymore, right? I don't know what is the best solution for what it's worth. Or maybe another option is doing something like that and just playing a second Grist main too. Like I can, that's like probably reasonable. One, two, three, four, five cards that I want to board out against Delver. Actually, that's too many, right? Like, let's not do that. Move to deck. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 6 here. We can board out Crop. That's the 7th one. It's probably fine. Noxious Revival. I haven't played against Doomsday and Reanimate, but the minute I take it out, I bet you I want to pair into it. I don't love Force of Vigor against that deck for what it's worth. Like, maybe I just have to play the Torpor Orbs, right? As much as I hate it. Or Hushbringer, which... Actually, I have a Savannah. Let's actually try that. That might be fun. And just, like, forget combo for a second. We're just gonna try to go all in and beat,
Where's the savannah? Maybe I moved it away. Where is the savannah? I think I moved it back. Okay, I apologize. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna play Hushbringer, and then because you can find off Once Upon a Time, it also can steal the initiative. I need to get a savannah, so again, I apologize. I gotta transfer. This is what I get for having essentially a junk account where I put all my other stuff. There is one that is conditional ETB suppression, pay 2. Isn't that not a creature though? Like I think we want to be playing creatures. If you know the card, let me know. I'm not familiar with it. I don't think it's a creature either, for what it's worth. And we benefit from creatures because of Fiend Artisan and because of Strict Proctor. Hey, Microgram, how's it going? Must be a white card. That's gotta be it. I'm good, Microgram. How's it going? Well, I gotta move the Savannah regardless. You're probably right. Def Not Oz. I didn't even know. I forgot that card existed, but you're not wrong. Strict. Sorry, Savannah. Maybe the white splash is it. You have deafening silence too, to hose storm, and you can technically play your own solitude. Although beware, they can flash in solitude. All right, I am back. All right, so there's Strict Proctor. I don't know. Okay, let's do this. Trade. I'm gonna go get the Strict Proctors right now. Also, when I do something, kind of hits Doomsday too. So maybe Noxious is not. That is fair, potentially, yeah. Strict Proctor. Oh, it has flying too. That's kind of neat. Do we just pick a 4? Chant, what do you think? I mean, might as well, right? Like, in case it spikes. I don't think we need flash. I think this is... Well, the flash doesn't... Well, the flash could matter. Alright, let's 2 is fine for now. It's good to have a... Whatever. Alright, let's go to the drawing board. Cannot believe I'm playing this. This doesn't have flash. Why do we need flash? I'm concerned. All right. The question here is, do we need Noxious Revival now? Actually, is this enough? Let's see the mapping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're gonna board out 1, 2, 3,
4, 5, 6, 7. It's probably fine. Uh, what do we cut though? Why is this at 15? I guess we cut the revivals. Yeah. All right. Well, whatever. We'll try it. Savannah comes in. This is a experiment day, right? Sure. Although it would suck because they can pay the Solitude and then kill the thing. Uh, maybe, maybe not. It actually might be worth it. Keep. Unfortunately, I sold my Brutal Cathars. Okay, what are we playing against? Denounce? I don't know what they're on. I think in the dark, just take the Reclaimer. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, the white cards that I think about from time to time are like Thalia. I don't know how deep we want to go into white, but sure, that's fair. We as a general rule of thumb, it's mo- oh. Oh my god. Man. Oh my god, that's a disaster. As a general rule of, that's probably game losing. As a general rule of thumb, well maybe we feel better. Yeah. Well, there's that. Oh my god, ultra punished. What do they discard? Maybe it doesn't matter, right? Okay, so they had it anyways to make me feel better. Appreciate that, opponent. Appreciate. I don't feel as bad for the punt. Do not feel as bad for the punt. I think we fetch first because we know what's... Grief in Turbo Depths. Yeah, that's very telling of the metagame, right? We gotta find the endurance here, and we did not. Alright, that's game. The good thing is I don't feel bad for the misclick. I don't feel bad for the misclick. I don't think this does anything against them. Prague, probably not. Actually, I think I do put board in Prague. I think I like one endurance just to like... What's the word I'm looking for? I like one endurance just to like fog it for a turn if need be. Okay, it's been a while since I played against this deck. How do I want to board? I think given that they're on grief, that's like almost all in combo, right? Like I think we're just gonna have to like try to go underneath and race, so no Warwood combo. Strict blocks and turns off grief. LOL. It's kind of funny actually. No. I don't think we want to go to five. Why is... Oh, I was supposed to move the land. I didn't. That's my fault. Keep. That is my... I did say I was supposed to move the land. I did not do that. In the event they have wasteland, I better not. I don't think they do, but I better not here. Not with this hand, at least. I was mentioning to a few peers that Delver has a 2 year losing streak for the showcase qualifier, and I think this weekend might be the best chance it's had in a while. What in the world is going on? It looks like they're on the DETH deck. Oh, well, I did not expect that, but guess we lose. What was I gonna say? But the target is not on its back for the first time in a long time, so it might be its. It's a deck called DETH. It's called Depths. I forgot what the E is. Entomb, Despian Stage Hexmate, maybe I forgot something along those lines. It plays like ill-gotten gains too. Like I've seen this deck around. It's popularized by I forgot the username. Yeah, they definitely got me for sure. There's no denying that. The funny thing is they both of these decks are answered by the same card, which is the what is it called? The Caracas. Yeah, that might be true. Depth not Oz. Like we're getting to a point where it's just all haymaker magic, right? It's just like kind of depressing to think about for me personally. Or serum powder, right? That kind of all in card. 3 man up feels like opposition agent, but I don't think we have a choice. I don't think we have a choice. Um, they attack for 6. We have to literally draw the whatever or we lose. And even if we do draw it, like we're probably not in great shape. I mean, we'll just let them see our hand. It's probably over. We knew that was gonna come, but like I don't think we can. Like I think we had to just take the risk that they misplayed, right? Like I don't think we have a great line. Sure. It's Caracas. Do we not have a reclaimer there? Oh, we did, Mike. You're right. I just like got. I guess I was just frustrated. I misplayed. Yeah, this is like, is it? Maybe I'm tilted. Mike is absolutely right. Oh, actually, maybe they just have. What is going on here? Maybe they bail me out a second time. Looks like they do. Right? They reanimate the Archon. I feel better about myself too. We lose a reclaimer. So yeah, I feel our opponent is a nice person. The pun is not punished. Pretty cool deck to be honest. I would feel worse, but then our opponent we would have lost regardless. So in both games, so our opponent in that aspect made us feel better. I'm gonna go while this loads, get more water. Exactly, Def. No, that's the way, right? All right. Before we forget, I feel like this probably should be the main. Like I'm tired of just missing land drops, and it's funny because I flood when I don't want to. Actually, yeah. If this is gonna be a 23rd land, I think probably cut that. Well, actually, hold on. We have 6 dorks. Probably cut one, and then we have extra sideboard slot. I think we play the one first revival, right? Oh wow, we're playing against micrograms. So we play against micrograms, who's politely turning out the stream to make things fair. This is a generically good hand, so we'll see how it plays out. It's fun to play against somebody who was watching the stream, and then we can chat a little bit about it afterwards, right? Looks like they might be on initiative, which is so. I played against micrograms, I think, in the past a few times, and they were on Moonstompy. So a lot of these decks, um, I wouldn't say they're the same decks, but I would say the skill set trans over well, if that makes sense. So like if you are a avid Stompy player, I think you can pick up another Stompy deck probably pretty decently. Um, I think here we probably just fetch black. And then our hand unfortunately not great. I think we're gonna lose game one. Yeah, this is kind of like it's hard to beat these kind of starts in my opinion. Like play draw, I don't think has mattered more than it ever has, for better or for worse. Yeah, it's the aggro plan is just so good, right? Like you just run people over with these kind of starts. Oh my god. So I think what micrograms missed there is they should have flickered probably their jailer. Cause that works too. Jesus. They were probably dead. I mean, I don't think there's any way to come back. I think maybe the solution is just print Force of Will into every color, like it, because you cannot recover is the problem. I guess this works too, because you don't want to accidentally lose initiative or monarch, and then they both come back, right? That's a card. Oh, my god. I'm like spacing out there. Unfortunately, I think that's gonna matter. Yeah, we need a hashtag not initiative now. Like tunnel vision into that crop rotation. Got too excited. I don't think it would have mattered though. We're pretty behind. We do. If somebody wants to add it, they're more than welcome to. Actually, uh, I'll go ahead and give you mod access, Def Not Oz. You've been a pretty what's it call it, active supporter in terms of like viewership. Seen you around a lot. Um, yeah, we're dead. There's no way. Well, yeah, there's no way. Yeah, it's like a little bit here, right? Like, all right. We'll see how the Proctor does now, right? No bog. Actually, wrong card. I have to keep that in. Keep that in. We'll just board out everything that's slow, right? Wow. Okay. Something I've been considering too is just cutting the Besejus and just like playing more colors, right? That is like not within outside the realm. Pun not intended. Sure. This is also why maybe 6 dorks is okay. But I think we only have 5. Could be wrong. I think we definitely ramp here. It's like an all-out race, right? Actually, low key, you know what card I think might be pretty good in this metagame? Birchlow Rangers. Sure. Actually, I don't think they should bring in Chalice. I actually don't think it's great against us. Oh, almost clicked the wrong thing. It's because the way it depends on the list you're playing to. So there's a chance their list just doesn't map well, and they just keep in one or something. But like, I don't think it's great because if you're playing like the XJ Cloud, John Ryan, Hamilton list, like you have so many cards to bring in, and it doesn't play to the board as a bad top deck. So a couple of things, right? All right, we're gonna snuff this out. I think we're going to attack with 3 just to be safe, in case they have double Solitude. 2 is probably fine, but I just want to play it safe. I feel like Challenge actively don't hear you play Plow. Yeah, probably. Probably. I feel like we just go wide here. This is like the gameplay is really dumb. Like one side runs over the other. Is typically how these games play out. And here we just had kind of the nuts almost. Yeah, it's like it's like kind of a bad gameplay, right? Like I won, but I didn't really like have fun per se, if that makes sense. Well, we drew the Proctor, but no lands, and of course this shows up too. Question here is what a mole. Initiative is unfair. White creatures got two. There you go, Mike. You can add that. I think here it's the well. I feel like it's the artisan, but the natural order like feels pretty good. Actually, we're kind of far away from casting natural order. I'm gonna assume they have like at least some kind of disruption, right? The worst part about the white splash is like then suddenly we feel bad. We if we draw the what was it called? If we draw the proctor, right? If we don't have multiple fetches. Yeah, I think this is a lost game. Like the games don't feel close in one way or another. Like how are we supposed to beat that? So like maybe I'm supposed to keep natural order, but then like it's not great if they just have another snuff out, right? Just like so far behind. This is solitude perhaps. Okay, there's the so micrograms knows right because they watched our streams. Like you're supposed to attack the mana, and it's like working out pretty well. Let's see. I think we just continue to have to try to ramp. We're gonna go to already 6 after this turn. Low key, Phenarsen doesn't feel great. For because you just don't have it's too fast, right? Maybe assuming your opponent knows what they're doing, right? And micrograms does, right? They watched the stream enough to know you're supposed to attack the mana, which they're doing quite well here. It drew out a spellbinder, but so we're going to 6. Jesus. If we block, I just don't think it's a winning line. So I think we have to try to draw into something relevant. Oops, I boarded out the visionary. That's awkward. Well, it's got to be that then. We could have gone Gris, yeah. I was thinking Visionary, but Gris is like reasonable. The problem with Grist is it's still a 2 turn clock. I think we have the block here. Well, if we Grist, if we take the Spellbinder, then this can like keep attacking, right? And then we just can't develop our board. Oh my god. Yeah. This is what I mean, right? I don't like. Imagine if we weren't playing dorks. Or I think it would be even worse for the traditional build, like going against this kind of hand. Like we never really had. What's it called? We never really. Mm, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's fair. Blood. Like all three games were not really close, and I don't know how to fix that. To be honest, obviously we draw the spellbinder. That would not the spellbinder. Sorry, the All right. That feels bad. Should we continue or 0-2 already? Let's continue. I like. For sure, Mike. Oh, well, yeah. There is a chance Birch Slow Rangers is probably pretty good right now because you can like go underneath, right? Like you just like double spell a turn and hey microgram. Yes and no. I think obviously it's none of the three games are particularly close. I don't mind so much running to a deck a lot. It's just the problem the gameplay hasn't felt particularly good. That's my number one issue with it. Really, I don't mind seeing a deck a lot. Like I have no problem playing Delra all the time because the games tend to be kind of interesting. Um, sure, a DGen gambler. I do think we should continue because then for the next league, we kind of know what changes. Like I think I will play beyond just this one league here. If nothing else, I'm a little bit stubborn and I feel like I owe it to my patrons to try to solve this problem before Eternal Weekend. Obviously, it's tomorrow or 2 days from now, but if there's something a new discovery and people are willing to play cold, then that is something. Also, I think Eternal Weekend is probably like less polarizing than online. Looks like a mirror, and if it is a mirror, they're screwed because we went first. But I guess we shall see. Hold on. We go with that, and then we play that. Yeah, I'll pass. We'll solve it tonight, chat. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll solve the problem tonight. Yeah, it is a mirror. We had the advantage because we went first. Also, this is like a trendy pick because people think it's good against initiative. Like I said, I only think that works in like maybe 50 percentile players. I don't think it necessarily. Like we saw micrograms just run me over, right? Like, and I don't think if you replace the cards with a traditional build, I don't think it would have been any different. I don't think it would have been any different. Sure. It might be. It might be. But like I said, if you compare the cards, I like when micrograms played in such a way that I never really had the chance to do anything, right? We have 24 damage here. Just don't draw the hoof, please. That works. More than 24, 26 to be honest. Again, this matchup, unfortunately, very little skill. Whoever goes first probably wins. Assuming your hand is just not garbage. Just like no skill involved in it. We post sport, I think we are favored. We get to play haymakers like Snuff Out, and if we wanted to, Plague Engineer. We just I just don't think we even need Plague Engineer to be honest. What else? Oh, right. We want Seize. Like that's one of the things, right? We're a little bit more flexible than they are. So we can play these kind of like haymakers. Do we want Proctor for the mirror? Probably not. I think we just rely that we will open with either Seize or Snuff Out, and then we probably win from there. To be honest, I think. Okay, do we care? We have a turn 3 now. I feel like it's gonna be too slow. Alright, this is what I'm talking about here. Actually, cancel. Actually, it's probably fine. Done. Ew, I don't even want to snuff out that. So the interesting thing here is like, do I take the Visionary or do I take the Reclaimer to get the Cradle? And how I feel like the Visionary to see an extra card might be worth it, and we're a little bit flooded too, so that might be right. I'm gonna regret it if they have a Cradle here and the Nettle like nets the mana. So it didn't. I don't even want to kill that. That's the sad part. Nope. Sure. Oh, this is great. They're gonna go for the Arbor. We're just gonna blow the you know what out of them. Three of a kind. I think this needs to be gas. So we're gonna like eat a lot of life suddenly. They're probably screwed. I know, right? Even the Death Shadow right now, right? I think our opponent is way behind now. We're gonna take the 2. I don't think we care about this card. We're gonna live dangerously. I know, right? One side is playing Cheats McGee here, namely us. Do we just what are we doing here? Do we Grist here or do we Wirewood? Wirewood blocks, that's pretty neat. I think I want to do that. Actually, we don't want them to crop rotate. We're gonna kill it now. Later's. Jarring natural order is key. Major key, as DJ Khaled would say. I think they're completely screwed. This is what I mean, right? Like we get to play these kind of haymakers. They don't have the room for that. This is also illustrating why I don't believe actually the Netto build is good against initiative. Like all I did was I went after their mana and like they cannot build the board, right? Like this is exactly how I would play if I'm Delver, if I'm Initiative, any of these tempo-ish decks. You just attack the mana and then they like cannot beat it. Yeah, little do they know we have a third here, right? And this is what I mean. Like you play a card they don't care about. Like I just okay, I'll take two every turn. That's fine. I think where people get in trouble against the Netto build is they don't know what to kill and they end up wasting the removal on the Netto Sentinel, which doesn't do anything, right? Like you don't need to care about it until like a heritage potentially is on the stack or not. Like you just think about how the elf player is gonna make their mana and you attack them that way. And then it's typically hard if you're a tempo-ish deck for that other deck to it. Because the tempo-ish decks, what it forces them to do is play as a combo deck, and really against these tempo decks, as an elf player, I would prefer to play as a mid-range deck. Uh oh. I kept the speculative hand because you have two draw steps to see a land, but we'll see how that goes. Why? I don't think we have. We don't have the shepherd, unfortunately. That's what we get for only running 3 copies. Maybe we should run 4 so we don't accidentally lose game 1. Also, it's a payoff if you're able to go wide. Actually, I think we are playing 4 shepherd. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, that is annoying. For sure. Like we can't. There's a challenge to the Thalia. Ironically, these are the cards getting boarded out against us, but it just happen to be really good at the moment. Again, play draw dependent, right? Jesus. The game is probably already over, and we did not have play a spell yet. I think it depends on your sideboarding, to be honest, Microgram. I think if you don't have anything else, it's probably fine. The way I've mapped it, like personally, because what I like to do is if I like to try to figure out my opponent's game plan, I would think, okay, if I'm the XYZ deck, right? How would I sideboard? And when I did it, I mapped the chalices out for what it's worth. I mean, doesn't necessarily mean I'm right, and of course, easily you could be right, but I believe I believe other initiative players are doing the same thing. I know Rodrigo is probably doing the same thing based on he's friends with Inigo, and I think Inigo asked him. This is just brutal. We have all one drops. Uh, you rarely see this, but I think Green Sun's actually a liability right now. I can't. There's a Thalia out microgram. That was the game plan after turn one Chalice. But they had turn two Thalia, so we can't do that at the moment. That's why I discarded it because it's kind of a liability right now. We can green sun for 0, but the problem is it gets countered by Chalice. So far tonight, I think we paired into initiative. I think we played a total of 7 games against initiative, and none of the 7 games have felt close. I think we won 2, and we're gonna be on our 5th game loss. Yeah, 3 total matches, but 7 games so far, and I don't think any of them have been close. It's just like really snowbally. I know the people who like to play like super all in aggro decks love that play style. Um, but I personally don't, and I think a lot of people probably don't. But I could be wrong. I would imagine the people who love to play aggro love that play style though. So it's probably good for them. This metagame where it's real snowbally. The issue that I don't, I mean, that's not even an issue, right? It depends on personal preference. But the reason why I don't like it is I feel like the decisions matter less, right? When it's that snowbally. I think when it's not a snowbally, the decisions tend to matter a little bit more. Yeah, for sure. I think if you like especially if you like aggro, I think this is like the perfect deck for you. Me personally, I think I've been called a closeted control player before. Like somebody once told me if they didn't know me, they would have guessed I was a miracles player. So I mean, I guess take that for what you will, right? But um, I don't like super snowball effects. Obviously, when they're on your side, it's a lot fun. I used to play Hearthstone a lot, and I played a deck that was like really snowbally. I played Murlocs, if people know what that was. I actually invented the Murloc deck that was like really popular with the Mega Giant Megasaur, if people know what that is. And okay, actually, are we just dead here? Yeah, we are. So actually, I'll just concede. It's no reason to continue. Man, that's high. All right, that's fine. We lost game 1. We'll see how the post board goes. So we did have the 4 chalices. It just so happened we didn't draw it, right? Sometimes that's magic though. And I think again we want to just go low to the ground here. I'm not even sure if Prague is potentially good. I feel like it is because it allows you to win on low resources. Good point, Haps. So yeah, I built the Murlocs deck that was lower to the ground. The mid range deck was like seen some had not been discovered yet, but that eventually became the more popular version. But like, I remember hitting Mythic top 3 in North America, or I guess in Hearthstone it's Legend top 3, right? And then I was like, oh, I can come back and then go for the #1 legend in North America. And then eventually people played the crab, and then I like fell immediately. But then it's still on Reddit, like my post, and I was like pretty happy about that. Like that's my claim to fame in Hearthstone. Oh, Joe. I know who you're talking about. That is like my worst nightmare to parent to. That Joe Fisher. Yeah, because a good player, I think, or at least a more experienced player, I think will go after your mana, and you want to a way natural order can win on limited resource. Obviously, you're gonna draw it a lot, but I mean that's part of the price of playing progenitors. I think you just accept that's gonna happen. So I think here we're gonna go black first into So that was a real snowbally effect too, for what it's worth. That Murloc deck. I had a lot of fun, but I can tell you one thing: my opponents did not, especially control opponents. I wish I could play like six snuff outs. I guess I could if I played Dismember, but like, gets to the point where it's kind of bad. It's like too much life loss, right? Sure. They might even like do that into swords, right? That's like a pretty. It's like it feels like we're playing vintage at the moment. Like both players are casting like three spells on turn one. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like maybe Mindbreak Trap, like, but that seems kind of whatever's. Of course, of course. Oh my god. I think we play the artisan just like pray almost. We can get a Hushbringer, which is kind of neat. Maybe it's not too late. Oh, I guess it would be the Proctor, right? That's the one I'm thinking of. Maybe it is an Elvish Spirit God metagame. Like, this is kind of absurd. I mean, we played it not too long ago, and it was good. And then we cut it because Control was back on the rise. Maybe we have to play it again. Yeah, they did because I think of the new secret lair or whatever it's called. Yeah, none of the games are close. That's my problem with this deck, right? It might be. Thank you for the follow, Buktala. Foul elves, right? Force of will elves. Yeah, I just sold mine, but I might just have to buy it again. It's just like fork it up. They also have force. Sure. What are we doing here? We can like rotate into cradle into kill that. It's not great. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I think the thing is, it might be a spirit guide metagame now. As much as I hate it. Yeah. I will. I will. Thanks, Def. Now, I was gonna do that. It's just that I was streaming, right? And then I think maybe just having to play multiple turns of spells a turn might just give the speed we need, right? Because we did lose some speed once we cut it, and I think I'm gonna do that again. Our opponent feels like they have like either mind sensor or something or priest out, right? If they had Mind Sensor, I feel like they would have slammed it already. They might. It's probably Swords or Solitude, if I were to guess. Yeah. Unfortunate. That is kind of loose from our opponent, I think, too. Like, you're not supposed to really let the artisan untap, but that's a different story, I guess. Um, I think we get the cradle. Yeah, the cuts are not bad at all. And I think so. The nice thing is I get to learn from my mistakes here, right? The good thing is I think I'm actually light on tickets, so it might be chest opening time. I've been like setting tickets on, or not play points on fire, right? Trying to solve this problem, and I think it might be ESG time. All right, we're dead here, I think. Yeah, this kind of gameplay, it reminds me of when Dreadhorde was legal, like right before it got banned. Okay, sure. Where you just have to play ultra aggressively, like you're casting spells at random. I'm like being facetious, but not right. All right, let's see. How many play points do I have left? Not much. So maybe we can get 50 here and then open some chests. We are gonna be priced into opening chests anyways, so it's kind of cool, I guess. I haven't had to open chests for this reason for a while, but I don't mind. Also, we want to continue the celebration of 1 year anniversary of what's it called it of Mike. Subscribe. Actually, that reminds me. If you want to see chests being opened more in the future, make sure to subscribe, and I will continue to open chests. I mean, I already promised I would do it today, so I will do it. It's just how many it's gonna take, right? Onlylands.com. That's pretty funny. I like it. Keep. Yeah, I think it is a spirit guide metagame. Um, like I think the goal now is just like spew your hand turn one. As much as I hate that kind of gameplay, it's probably correct. Mm. Actually, we're gonna probably have to open a good amount now that I think about it, right? We're gonna play the spirit guides too, unless we sell our force figures. All right, another initiative deck. So I think unfortunately the incentivized gameplay here is spewing of cards. Here's what I mean. I think we could take the Bayou. We do that. Actually, in the event they are Moonstompy, I better. Well, it's too late. I think I've committed it. We're gonna get blown out by Fury here. I missed sequence. I was supposed to go Reclaimer into that into the Arbor, but now we just like get almost full on blown out by Fury. I'm not Fury. Yeah, by Fury. If they're on Moonstompy, I think they probably are too. No, never mind. I take that back because Archon of Emera maybe touch the Spirit Realm. Sure. Okay. So we have the natural order here. What are we doing? Actually, I messed that up. I could have natural order for what's it call it? I could have natural order for Gris. Seems like it, yeah. I didn't want to go to Hoof because I felt like they had Solitude. But I think it's right. I think it's a Spirit Guide meta game at the moment. So I would definitely pick them up. My, actually, it's probably more fun if I just open chest and we'll do this in real time, right? Sure, adventure. We need a cradle. How many times have I said that? Okay, thank you. Ask that you shall receive. Yes, definitely a hoof. I'm not playing around Solitude number two. All right, that one I think I consider myself lucky. They went turn one, do nothing. That seems wrong. I I won that game, but I just did not enjoy it. Like the gameplay for what it's worth. I think we board the same way, right? Like actually, the way we board it, I think Hushbringer is just better, right? Like we board out the Visionaries anyways. Uh, so for what it's worth, that's like worth keeping track of. Although, actually, I think the thing might be fine. The proctors. This is a kind of iffy. I think any land was fine there, right? Yeah, I think so. I think before no, the because I was afraid of Solitude, right? Which they did have. I think this is a keep just because of the snuff outs. They probably Solitude it to be honest, but I mean that's yeah. It's debatable whether crop here is better than the third ESG. I think I definitely want two ESGs. All right, that feels dangerous. Yeah, I don't want to leave with Arbor here, and be down a land. Mana is everything. It's nice. It definitely feels nice to be sitting on two snuff outs here. Gut shot, sure. But yeah, I depending on how is the anybody know how the Merit Lage green white depths versus white initiatives matchup is? Legacy is awesome right now. Is that sarcastic, Yoko? Thank you for the follow, David Fisher. Appreciate it. Could be, yeah. They don't really have sweepers. Yeah, Jason said he lost it, so and I trust what Jason says. Why do you say that, Yoko? When you say "ver," are you? I'm assuming you're being sarcastic. Yeah, okay, so that checks actually. But yeah, so I think the real test for me is, I mean, this is a big if. If I do solve this initiative matchup with the spirit guides, and let's just say I get to a percent, at least 50%. I mean, saying a lot, but let's just say I can get to 50%. Like, am I gonna enjoy it because I'm winning, or do I still hate it? That will be the true test, right? Interesting. I think you do that and then probably pass. I think Mike's line is pretty neat though. We're gonna go ahead and rotate into the second arbor and then just like try to steal the initiative that way. They're down 3 cards and we have 3 removal spells. Have they fixed the broken initiative card for Emoto? I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too for Yuna. Sure. Actually, we give them the draw trigger. We have to dodge swords plus whatever here. Um, I think that's Crop might have won the game, as Mike hinted at. Oh, that was a different trick. Sorry. Yeah, it is something else for sure. We got the real X whale in the house here, Will Kruger. We got the Trump in the mirror here, right? The snuff outs. Win target game snuff out. I think we just pass in case I don't want to get mind sensor out of nowhere. All right, that was something else. So the Kront was quite good. I was actually on the verge of cutting it, but maybe, yeah, like maybe we just play like infinite snuff outs, right? Like, like a absurd card there. All right. What we're gonna do? Oh, we're gonna go ahead and open some chests here. Ooh, that's good. 25. Almost there already. Not so good. Let's open a Ragavan or something like that. New account starter kit. Oh yeah, I didn't even bother. I don't want that like cluttering my thing. That's a good one. What were we gonna do? Oh, I was going to. What is it called? I was going to buy the ESGs. How much are they right now? How much do I need? Also, Will, how was your stream? I saw you were streaming earlier, and then I didn't know what happened. Was curious how that went. Forest tickets, so we need a little bit more. Okay, so we're gonna have to sell, unfortunately, for a loss here, unless I sell something else. What don't I care about at the moment that I can sell here? Sell binder. I don't think these are worth anything, but you never know. Maybe the reanimates can go. Actually, I don't think they're worth anything. Actually, they are. They'll get us almost there, I think. 238.
Chalice. Actually, the ley line will probably get me there. Now that I think about it. Yeah, let's just do that for now. That's good to hear, Will. I'm glad that your stream went well. For those who don't know, it was 1 year ago where an anonymous player, an X-Well imposter, top aided, and unfortunately we had the real X-Well here to set things right. We'll never know what happens to that person though. We'll never know. All right. Actually, only one. Did I just misclick? Elvish Spirit Guide. True mystery for sure. And all right, we'll submit first, and then because I misclick, I guess I'm one ley line short. Yeah, here's a second ley line. All right, we're Elvish Spirit Guard is back on the menu, I think. It's pretty bad against control, but like I think it's gonna be rough for control at the moment, anyways. And I think we need the extra speed, for what it's worth. All right, let's rebuild. I think let's do this. So we can cut. I think. What are we cutting here? The Caracas. Like, is Caracas even good right now? Let me think. We're definitely cutting a Shepherd. I think maybe even cut a Dork. That actually gets us to what we want. If you turbo a Progenitus on turn 2, I don't think Initiative can beat that. What about Prog into the main and Endurance to the board? I don't like Prog because I think that this is... Just play Tony's deck with blue ley line, white Initiative. We tried... Actually, well, great question. We tried Knight of Infamy in the previous league and paired into Justin Porches with Eldrazi Displacer, and they beat it. Like, and they had Gut Shot too, which is kind of insane. And so I think the Initiative players are one step ahead. So we have to think 2 steps ahead now. Caracas in the main curving control makes ESG more appealing in my opinion. It made curving control. I'm trying to decipher what you mean by that answer key gaming. I think here, okay, we can definitely add the 2 Spirit Guides. This is like, I feel like we're cramming before the finals, right? Like, how do we fix the deck or fix the matchup? Because all the other matchups I feel fine about. It's just the one bad matchup at the moment. But yeah, so you missed out. The Knight of Infamy wasn't even good enough, right? Because I got that tech because I just color shifted the Berserker from Moons from the Delver. But the problem is it's answered by the same card, which I guess Initiative has to respect, right? So the question now is, how do we build this before? I had 2 ESGs, and then like, is this? I feel like this is flooding way too much. I don't want to go down a land though, and then turn 2 Progenitus has to solve it, right? It's probably unbeatable, yeah. Where's the meme 2 levels ahead? Just play Delver. So great question. I think, do we just 1, 2, 3, 4 dorks and 3? I feel like 23 lands like near flood. Okay, I'm gonna bring up
I'm gonna bring up Curran's list because that's kind of the benchmark for the ESG when we played that like in the showcase a couple of like essentially last month. So here's his list. And did we play 20 lands? And did we play the Caracas then? No, we played the Wasteland, so that's probably okay. Do we want Proctor? Our mana gets worse though. Oh, actually, I remember what I was gonna do. I remember what I was gonna do. I cut the Boseiju, go down to one, and then I play the. So I cut the Boseiju, go down to one. I think the fourth Allosaurus Shepherd is probably okay. One, two, three, four. We're the Savannah still. How do we map? Let's see. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. And then we're taking out one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. So it does map pretty neatly. So are we going to have the Delver White Stompy meta now? I mean, I wouldn't rule out the Magic community in terms of like other decks being preying on those two decks. Like I can see Reanimator being like decent. I know people bag on it all the time for the win rates, but I think that's partially due to some of the pilots. Because a lot of newer players pick up the deck. Yes, so that is true. I think the decks that tend to be either average to above average against Delver, White Initiative does beat a lot of these decks. So like Depths, I think. Well, actually, Depths might be. It depends who you ask, right? I think White Initiative might not be great against Depths if you ask Jason Murray, but like some of these other decks for like DMT, I wonder how that matchup goes. But a lot of the DMT players are picking White Initiative up now. So I think with the actually like I guess the question is like how scared are we against control? I guess we'll f around and find out, right? We'll fuck around and find out. The Noxious Revive. I guess I'll keep. All right, we'll try it. Whatever. Is Show and Tell good against Initiative? I wouldn't think so because of Solitude, but I mean I could be wrong. Like initially I thought it would because pun not intended, but because of Chalice, right, or gets around Chalice, but I would think Solitude is not great for them, but they do have Force. Before we ran a 3-3 split, I think this is probably okay because you don't want to lose game one to Chalice by like accident, so to speak. The argument is also for a fifth dork. That's like reasonable too. I almost like it better because you want to ramp, but we'll try it. Nope. Then we keep this. Put that on bottom. Foul is a hell of a card, that's for sure. It's some insulation against the cheese decks, right? Some insulation against the cheese decks. Obviously, Solitude's a thing, but they do have Force. I think here we just like take the chance. If they're on Moonstompy, so be it. You also play Fury. Yeah, that's fair. I have been wondering why Show and Tell plays Fury, but I guess they can just show that in a lot of times to beat a lot of these creature decks. How'd it go, Microgram? going on? Why did? Oh my god, they're on a combo. They're on oops all spells. Oh god. Oh. I guess oops all spells is in theory potentially okay against the initiative deck. I don't know how it beats Delver, but it's okay against initiative because it just like wins turn one, right? If you're on the play. I won, but their deck will probably eat you. Interesting. For sure. It's never a good sign. Your opponent kept seven and did nothing. That's like combo I've ever seen one, right? They just oh, I guess I don't know. I mean, they've got to be on combo, right? Like the fact that they conceded there, or maybe they gave us the benefit that we figure out they're on combo. This is just a nightmare, unfortunately. I do not want to play against this deck. Actually, Proctor is kind of funny. Proctor is kind of funny against them. I think we can just cut the artisans. They're not gonna do anything in this matchup. They're Leyline of Anticipation against which deck? Microgram. Oh, maybe they are. But I feel like Cornforge plays at least lands or petals or something, right? Like I feel like they're on oops right now. I don't know. I don't know. That's probably not getting it done. Leyline on Anticipation? That's funny. I feel like that's a card that, and this is from speaking from experience, it's better, it's worse than it sounds. Sorry. It plays worse than it sounds. So I bought that card before for EDH reasons, and it's it's nice for EDH, but I'm not sure it's like for Legacy. All right, this is like okay, I guess. Keep. Um, I think the Shepherd here does nothing. What? Oh, they're on Belcher. Okay. Yeah, I did. I mean, I paired into them recently. They were playing some, I guess this deck maybe. I don't even remember, but I just forgot. Good thing we bought him the, what is it called? Good thing we bought him the Shepherd. Doesn't do anything here. What do they pitch? Unmasher. Yeah, anything built by Tony, I'm probably not favored. It is if you can get to turn two. A lot of these times you cannot, right? Sometimes there's this mental game, right, where like they're gonna multi leyline of sanctity, and you just like keep a proctor, and maybe you get there, which is kind of funny. Contagion. That's cool, I guess. We could have banked on drawing green card, and if we did, we would have had a turn two oof. But I didn't want to just like do nothing, right? That's like, what is the percentage of that? Probably like 50. And if they do echo here, I want to be able to ramp. And if we don't draw the green card, it just feels like a disaster. Not to mention if they have any kind of removal on like our end step arbor play, it's kind of bad. Actually, I should not have done that. I could wait. Yeah, it definitely does. Definitely does. All right, we're gonna start bashing here. We revealed information unfortunately by doing crop. Like for some reason I didn't think it through because we can still do that on their turn, right? There's nothing stopping us. Correct. Like what kind of turn one combo deck is this? All right, we're gonna put that back in case it matters. It shouldn't. And it's just start bashing. We don't actually want to play the Savannah because who knows if they're gonna board in Massacre. We want to also make them sweat it out with the last card is. Oh, that's true. That's fair, Carlo 90. I did. You're right. You are absolutely right. Oh, they're going for the kill here? Alright, we're dead. Well, I don't really want to play against this deck, but it is what it is. Let's see how they boarded. They didn't board in Leyland. They boarded in the Echoes, sure. They have Entomb. That's probably just for Echo. Sure. Alright, we're gonna reboard. Like, we messed up here. That doesn't do anything. We have a lot of actually dead cards. Opposite Agent seems pretty good, but aside from the Revival doesn't do... We're literally playing with almost our main deck. Plus C's, I guess. This is an awful matchup. Why is Endurance decent? We can't respond to the thing. Nope. That's reasonable. When is the other half that does anything? I would like to know. I actually think... Oh, man, it feels bad to bottom a Cradle. Yeah, but they can do it in response, right? They just play LED first, yeah. Yes and no. The reason why, I mean, I'm not playing in it microgram, so y'all can take out the opposition agent hate. But I don't want to wake up 1 a.m. I'm in the West Coast in the U.S., so it's just not worth it to me to wake up early. Like I could, it's just like I have stuff to do that day. I don't want to be like sleepy and miserable. All right, we're gonna seize them. That might just be game, right? This deck seems very fragile. Belcher. All right. That's kind of annoying. I guess. I guess we just take the Belcher here, right? Like, they can gamble, but they're missing red. No, I'm not going for paper, unfortunately. They can go turn. They have to like draw something relevant, so they did not. Sure, they're playing around the discard. Take a Deems is interesting. It is, but it's like high punish potentially too, right? I think a. Did we see if they have removal? Is collective just game here? I'd be curious if collective was just game over here. Oh, they did. That's fair. That is fair, David Finch. Fisher. It's probably still correct to. It's probably still correct to natural for oof. I think. Uh-oh, that's not good. It's off by one. We have lethal now, but we have to get another turn. And I don't think we're getting it. Oh, I hate playing against these decks. Just the all-in, no protection decks. What was our record? I think it was 0-2, so I shouldn't be surprised, I guess. What? Okay, they don't have it somehow. Now they're just dead. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I wasn't even paying attention. I just like zoned out because I assumed we lost. We could get more damage, but I'm getting a little sloppy here. In case it matters. Get the Sagey too, I guess. We got lucky there. Not gonna lie, we didn't do anything really. Our opponent just their combo deck whiffed. All right, I've been drinking a lot of water. I'm gonna get some more and then use the restroom. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. All right, thanks, Defna. Take care. That's actually pretty funny. I didn't realize that about strict proctor, but that's actually really funny. Kind of interesting against whatever too. Kind of interesting against what is it called? Dress down. I don't know I don't think it's worth it just to like try to get a Chromox for what it's worth. That's fair, David Fisher. Although I think if we have a strict protector, strict proctor, can't say that twice, strict proctor out. It feels like we probably should be okay, but we'll see. Spaceman Spliff. Nope. That's reasonable, I guess. Keep. Now the question. Actually, we're gonna once first. We know what's on the bottom. Artisan, sure. I think we're gonna go this into this. Are they a Delver? I don't know. I just kept a generic hand. They want to waste me. I don't really think I care. Some people might do it just because body, right? Sure. Notably, the Spirit guys are actually pretty decent against Delver too. Reasonable. Do we artisan here or do we visionary here? I feel like we artisan there and force a response. It's interesting that they didn't crack their bobble. What did we get off the... We got an artisan. Maybe they're saving the remove for the artisan. There it is. So they did that to... Interesting. When did they... What is going on here? Oh, they brainstormed on upkeep. That's... Okay, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. No, when is the brainstorm? Oh, it's off. Never mind. I take that back. I think they looked at the top card and wanted to bottom the Scalding Tarn. That's fine. I think they're on the Turbo Delirium slash potentially Murktide plan, right? They've been actually they've been 2 lands. It's pretty good. Actually, I think one might have been a fetch. Let's see. Yeah. No, they been 2. Wow. That's pretty good. DRC's hitting. I I was just gonna say that's pretty good. One, two, three. I think we just plus, right? Do they know what's on top? Let's see. I guess we'll attack first. It's free. Okay, they don't know what's on top. Feels like we plus here. And just like if they want to like spend their turn killing the grist, I think it's fine. That way, at least we don't get 2 for 1, right? Like if they kill the grist anyways, so the best of both worlds kind of happen right now, right? I was afraid of the Delver flipping and then we just lose a 2 for 1 here, right? With the Delver flying through and killing the grist. Also, we just have a lot of damage now, like, quite frankly. If they want to, like, attack, like, we just swing back for, like, 15 or 17. And then see how they respond, right? Oh, my God. Yeah. Sure. Natural order. The question here is, do we plus? Probably not. I mean, not plus. Attack with the others. If they want to play a Murktide region, I don't think we care at this point. Like, they have 4 threats. I think we're just gonna like hope. Oh, the bolt is actually really annoying. Sure. I mean, they can bolt the shepherd at any time, so um, they might do it here. Um, so the thing here is, we know they have a bolt, I think, on top.
They didn't. They didn't use it.
If we activate here, 5, 10, we're one short. They probably just killed the shepherd, right? Like, we'll do it this way. See if they react. Oh my god. I think they have a they may have a brazen borrower. Shoot, shoot, shoot. We have to kill this. With it bog them now. Hmm. Fortunate. So here they're gonna dig for to try to. Oh my god! They put that on top. We'll probably go to one if we're lucky, and hope. That is bad. I think it's. I think it's highly possible. We're supposed to r- read their play there. Well, we try to draw out the bolt. That's the thing, right? And then they didn't do anything, and then we just didn't have the mana after that. Our opponent played pretty well. Just let the bounce resolve. Then we die, right? Like they have the bolt in hand. Unless I'm missing something. Like I was thinking about the bolt and then wow, our opponent prematurely gave up. Like like we better lucky than good. Our opponent had to play pretty tight too. Like maybe it was fluky, I don't know, but like it seemed like they were playing pretty tight. I'll take it. That I did not think I was gonna win. All right, Caracas is hideous in this matchup. What else can? No, I don't think so. I mean, like we had to bounce the what is it called? We had to bounce the visionary to bog them, right? Otherwise, we're gonna be dead to the bolt. And maybe they just thought we had natural in our hand. Like it's been too many turns, right? I have had that happen where I'm just tapping mana for what is supposed to be lethal Greater Hoof or Green Sun for lethal. I, yeah, visionary has summoning sickness, so I think I have had that, and maybe they just thought, oh, this guy must have it, right? Like, when do they not have it? I mean, we weren't dead. Like we technically had a natural order out, but we had to draw it there, like one with one draw step. Actually, it's somebody just messaged my Discord saying Proctor hits Saga, which is kind of insane. But yeah, here's my Discords and or socials again. I didn't. Proctor's kind of nuts hitting Saga. Oh my god, some lands tech right there. I definitely did not have Exacxies. It was anything from it, if anything. There wasn't two elves that could attack, and they had chump block. Maybe they just thought like, oh, actually, I've had some people who think the shepherd pumps the whole team like a mirror entity. So maybe that must be it. Like that because it doesn't make any sense like otherwise. Or they just thought, oh, this guy must have race tapping for cradle. I mean, we have, I think, a 2 or 3 outer. I don't know what it was. Ooh, I don't really want this, unfortunately, right now. I need to land off the top here. I kept it because I'm on the draw. If I'm on the play, I mold his hand. Also, I had a dork. That's like not the worst. It's possible I should mold his hand, and now there's more reason, right? Like actually, in hindsight, 2 3 drops. Now that I'm thinking about it, clear, probably should mold. If I draw a land off top, the hand's like pretty good though. Oh my god. Did I board out the Caracas? Maybe I did. I did. That's really bad for us. That is really bad for us. This is what I get from. I actually, yeah, 2 3 drops. You probably should mull. That's my fault. I mean, their hand, to be fair, is kind of nuts too. It's. I mean, what are we supposed to do here? Are we supposed to just endurance pitch Gris? Probably, I think. Like to stem the damage. Like we're not gonna cast that anytime soon, I'd imagine. Proctor hitting touch the spirit realm is kind of nice, whereas the Hushbringer does not. I guess we'll try it, right? Like we'll see. I usually hate the endurance, like do nothing desperation, but it is desperation time. So we've already saved ourselves 4 damage, so I think it's probably correct what we did. I think we have to force the Reclaimer through, and just hope it can stabilize in time, right? I'm like actually very happy about the endurance pitch now. Like I think that's, in hindsight, the correct play. We've already gained 4 life, right? Like, think about that. 0 mana, gain 4 life. It's a pretty good rate. Okay, so they know what's up. They're hitting the Reclaimer, unfortunately. Don't waste us, please. If unsure, I think as a Delver player, what I like to do is just I'll blindly just pit bid, right? It's just like more right than wrong, unfortunately. Alright, our life gain has ended. So we would be at 8 right now for what it's worth, instead of 12. Actually, I should have led with that. That was bad sequence by me. They can bolt the reclaimer. I would get punished. Excuse me. Actually, the correct sequencing should have been attack with Shepherd, and then second main phase Waterwood into Reclaimer. It's just a little sloppy on my behalf. So we're gonna go to 6. Otherwise, we will be at 2. Otherwise, and presumably dead. To miss. Actually, we would have already be dead, right? If we didn't do that, because they can go Sanctuary into EI into Bolt, right? We're likely still dead, but I mean, actually, I don't even think there's an out, right? Because we still have to cast an Endurance here to stabilize, and we're just not gonna get a chance. I don't. This game was really rough. Like submerge, and then we didn't have lands. I think we probably lose regardless. And then, like 2 bolts. What did the exile? Wasteland? Yeah, we're dead. Yeah, I do not think we're. What? Um. Let's do it this way. I'm gonna respond to their sanctuary on I'm gonna respond to their sanctuary with Reclaimer Bolt. I mean Reclaimer Bog. And then it literally has to be Endurance off the top. And yeah, and we have to like fade some stuff too. Sure. Problem here is they can bolt. They can sanctuary. This is pretty tight sequencing by our opponent. They can sanctuary with a bog trigger on the stack. I think that's gonna happen. Oh nope, never mind. I think we have to do this. Get it off the board. We're still far from out of the woods, and it has to be Endurance here. Gris is okay too, I guess. Nope, that's not cutting it. We're dead. Yeah, it had to be a lot to line up.
All right, we'll run it back.
That it's partially my fault. I'm not sure we would have beat that anyways. When they're on the play, with that kind of start. I mean, there's a phrase, right? It's called getting delvered. Like I definitely didn't do myself any favors with that mole, but I think we're not beating that in most just circumstances outside like a snuff out start. This is like pretty reasonable, I think. Keep, like it's got 2 lands. It's got 2 dorks and a phenar, 2 phenars. It's like pretty good actually. Doesn't have removal, but I think everything else I like. We'll take the consistent land drop here and develop our mana. If we open with a snuff out, I'd probably fetch Bayou, but I think we're just like hope we don't draw it. Or draw it later when it doesn't matter. Let's see if they bolt. That would be the good play here, I think. Bolt the bird, right? Yeah. I'm a little bit leery when they don't, like that they have a sweeper. Ooh, interesting. This is kind of crazy, but I think I'm going to take this line. Maybe they daze. Heat. That's fine, I think. This matchup is like very aggressive on both sides sometimes too. Maybe that draws out force. No. They spent 2 removal spells already, so it's a race, right? Like we're just trying to race to endurance, or yeah, I guess race to endurance, and they, I don't know, they had 3 removal spells in a row. Jesus. I think we play it safe here. Get the, oops, that's a mistake. I'm supposed to actually sequence the opposite because what happens is if they daze the mystic, it becomes a 5/5. Like I know this in my head and I just like did it too quickly. All right, here is the moment of truth. We need this to survive now. Like how many heats could they possibly have? The other thing that's bad for us is I guess with the initiative being a thing now, like Delver's playing more heats to deal with, bigger butts, right? If we just need to like not get disrupted this turn, and then we can get an endurance to stabilize, right? It's like a straight out all out race now. No flip is definitely good. Wong deck. I mean, we're not gonna block, but like, still, like that's 2 extra damage. And like, how many more red spells can we dodge here, right? Like they literally these are the scariest hands from Delver for my like I don't even care about Murktide a lot of times anymore. Like the 2 threats, I guess this is 1.5 here, right? The 2 threats, no cantrips, but like all action hands are like really tough to beat in my opinion. We untap, we probably stabilize. Like endurance probably gets there. Oh, okay, so unfortunate.
Yeah, that is unless they drew the brainstorm for turn, for what it's worth. Land. Unfortunately, we need to get to four is the critical mana. I think if they drew Brias for Sun, they would reveal on the trip. Sure, that's true. I didn't think about that. I think we bash here. There's not. Well, I mean, actually, the problem is that we get Reclaimer. It's still too slow, right? It doesn't stop the Delver from flipping. Actually, we get punished by double days here, but like, I don't think we're playing around that. All right, there's the days. We're gonna go to 4 here, and hopefully stabilize with endurance. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Our opponent played pretty well. They also, like, this is kind of nuts, right? The no cantrip, just all action, like, hand. I think we're probably just screwed. This is painful to do, but kind of have to. Gris and then take down. I guess it has to be that. Yeah, like I don't. This is kind of nuts. Like when they. Yeah, I mean, obviously they have to keep a strong hand, but like still. Also, it didn't help. I mean, I don't think we can mulligan. It didn't help. We didn't have snuff out either post board game. Like that's a difference maker that we didn't have. I mean, our opponent played well. I will definitely agree with. I mean, we have to block, but I think we're drawing dead now. Like I don't think there's an answer with that board state, right? Unfortunate. All right. That's kind of nuts, but well. I'd be curious how the spear guy was there. I felt like it was okay. Maybe it would have been better off with something else, but it's hard to say, right? It did allow us to accelerate into the artisan earlier, but they just like we couldn't get to 4 mana is the problem. Hindsight is 2020, but if we sack the mana director, they can't make that attack for lethal, right? Oh, I didn't real. Yeah, I think you're right, Wong Deck. I wish I didn't catch that, but I was. No, you are right. I missed that. Yeah, that's on me. If I should have caught that, but I kept thinking about like we're under a lot of pressure. Right? I didn't realize they were super low too.
No, actually, no. Wong deck. That's not true because Artisan was tapped, right? So we had no blockers. If we sack the Artisan, we lose. I mean the Arbor. So that's not quite right. All right, this is the Cascade deck. I kind of want to concede already. I despise these kind of decks. No, but you brought up a good point though. But yeah, we we were at lethal. Unfortunately, if we were at five, maybe it's okay. This is a full on race, unfortunately. So they're probably just gonna do an end step like the violent, whatever it's called. They might just have a removal spell here. I don't even know. There's no chance I'm running that in. They definitely have it. Only one deck plays this main, so they definitely have it. It's the violent eruption or whatever it's called. Violent burst, I think. Outburst. Sorry. So luckily they forced the Visionaire, which is actually not the worst for us. We can at some point hard cast the Hoof, conceivably, and we can take like a couple of attacks from this thing. Oh my god, they're gonna boost it? That's a problem. Alright, I guess we need to draw a Hoof here. I mean, a Cradle here. We might just be drawing dead, to be honest. Four. Yeah, we're dead. Again, a lot of these. Well, it's not even all in. I guess rhinos. They have force backup. I guess. Does Cascade do it? Does it stop Cascade? I guess not. It's a cast. We have a few dead cards against them. I don't actually like Seas in this matchup. Like Snuff Out maybe, like just a zero mana removal, just like, but it's not great. Um, I don't like Frog. I feel like that's a losing line. Noxious. I think this is probably the best. They have some haymakers too, for what's worth. So that's a little bit scary. Sometimes Spear Guy's not great. I wonder. Prague, ironically enough, would probably get there in this situation, but a little bit awkward. That's actually quite good. Like it's almost like playing as a combo deck. I feel that's why I don't really love Prague. They could pyro us or something along those lines. It's kind of scary. Like fire ice is a thing. Dead Gone could kill the artisan here too. Oh my god. They have the turn one. I think, yeah, I mentioned this a few times already. I think Legacy is becoming like Vintage, where there's gonna be a lot of just force decks, force check decks. It's like, oh my god, yeah. I don't think this is a good matchup. If they draw certain cards. I don't even think there's an out at this point. It's just like the cheese win plus free spells, right? That's like the recipe now for Legacy. Like even we're doing it. I'm not saying we do it too. So like our play pattern, I would say against Reanimator is kind of I would be frustrated on their side because it's like turn one, see, sorry, even if we play Grief for instance, right? Grief into Reclaimer, that's like a almost a turn one kill, right? With protection essentially. Like that's got to be aggravating for them. I think we are drawing dead here, but I could be wrong. They have another removal spell. Yeah, the Progenitus in the deck here might have been okay, but something to keep in mind in the future, right? I guess. Sure. They should have probably. I think this is the line. So I'm gonna block that, and then I have to take. Yeah, I have to do it this way. If artisan was one bigger, that would be nice, but we might. We're like one off, unfortunately. Like we need if this lived, I think we are potentially not just drawing dead. See, the problem is it's not 18, so it's not even lethal. Another artisan here is like potentially okay, but we have to deal with the potential 3-1 too, right? Like how are we stopping everything on the same turn? I don't think we can. Endurance, ironically enough, might have been okay. Actually, no. Could you have NO for second artisan and they would have been at 5/5s? You are correct. I think. Yeah, you are correct. I didn't think about that line, but yeah, they would have been 2 5/5s, and yeah, I think that probably gets there. I didn't think it through because I keep thinking about lethal, but yeah, two. I think that probably gets it done there. All right. Good catch, Jin Jubel. Yeah, actually, that's pretty good. Well, something to keep in mind going forward, right? I'm not sure we win game three for what it's worth, but that's definitely a good observation. You are absolutely 100% right. I think this is good. Obviously, the white splash can come with some other very interesting options like Godok Teague and whatnot, or even Thalia or Spear of the Labyrinth. My God, that is not what I want to see. Jesus. I don't know how combo beats this kind of start at all. Not that we're combo, but just in general. Like I feel like you have to have force like in your deck right now. One second, I need to help my dog.
Dude, what's going on, bud? What did they do? Oh, they touched the spirit realm against us. That's kind of unfortunate. The question here becomes, which land do I lead with? I feel like it's gotta be that one. Actually, that was a mistake. I should have led with this. Fetch the other one. This creates two, and then we had to plan a couple turns ahead. Yeah, that was a mistake. I don't know if it matters that much because of the canonist effect of Archon 2. But we're definitely like losing percentage points. Luckily, their clock is not crazy fast. That might actually help that card. That actually is kind of potentially relevant too. This is what I mean though. Like I could have fetched, and then it'll be one more in the next turn, right? We do have to get lucky and at some point draw natural order. That doesn't help us. We do have to get lucky at some point, like I said, and draw natural order. Actually, it might have to be this turn, now that I think about it. We're gonna thin the deck out, increase the percentages a little bit. Nope, didn't get there. Well, actually, hold on. No, yeah, we didn't get there because the Archon is stopping us from casting multiple cards in one turn. Yeah, not going too hot tonight. Actually, the last league. Yeah, we went 2-3. That sounds correct. Not going too hot tonight. So the way this maps right now, I think we have an extra card. Ironically, we could even have another like Proctor, right? We just want to like full on hate the deck. Not sure that's like a overall winning strategy in the long run, but it's a thing. That's a good start. Keep. I think in case you go turn one Archon, we want to lead with a Bayou here. Sure. What is going on here?
Ooh, they left in Chalice. That's a mistake. So the trend of none of these games have been close is seems like it's gonna continue. I think we're gonna run away with this game. I mean, obviously I can jinx myself, but that's what it feels like at the moment. So the thing is, we don't want to lose to Solitude because it's not Hoof is no longer lethal if that's the case, right? I'm the stuff out there, Dungeoneer. Attack with all, see what they do. How do we lose this game now? I think we can get the actually no. We don't want to mess around. They like Solitude with us having only 3 mana. I think we just do it now. Just like not get greedy. Like we don't want to give them an opening where we screw it up. And then we just like flood the board. I think I'm pretty sure we just get another reclaimer here. Actually, probably another shepherd. Just like threaten lethal next turn. I don't think we need removal. We have Progenitus. Like, and we're threatening lethal. All right, so they have to block here. Like this game is not close, right? None of the games we've played against this deck have been close. In what 3 matches now? All 8 games. None of them. Oh, they were all lopsided one way or the other. All right. think our opponent also misboarded. Right? Like challenge just yeah, it must be obscene. Wong deck like I'm sure it happens where you can win on the draw, but like again, none of these games have felt particularly close. For what it's worth. Like snuff out is one of our ways to break serve, so to speak. And I'm sure like Arcana, like they have some cheese. Like Solitude is probably one way for them to break serve, or just like multiple Lotus petals, right? Like right now. The problem with Force of Vigor against them is only good right now. You're down a card. You go turn one challenge. That's a blessing, I think. We're hoping here to hit a Allosaurus Shepherd. I think we did. So this is what I mean. I think challenge is pretty bad against elves. Like if you're looking to play this deck, like if they have the shepherd and I'm not boarding them out, like just because there's not enough cards, right? You suddenly are behind on board, and your swords are turned off. Ooh, that's actually kind of annoying. The question here is like, do I hit them with the snuff out or do I allow them to do it? I think I allow them. Yeah, I think you're supposed to board them all out for what it's worth. They have the Solitude here, man. Uh, I think I want to bash. Do we even care? I feel like we don't. Sure. One more removal for Snuff Out later on. This might just be game. Our opponent misboarded. Like this looks so bad in my opinion right now. Mm, do I attack? Probably. Like we have the snuff out. They have a flash creature, and they probably don't because there's really no reason to actually. Like we're ahead. Grist is good. I don't know if I want to, but it's like reasonable. Kern, I think it is definitely reasonable. Like I think the game is probably over. Like honestly, there's that too. Yeah, four shepherds is actually good for the against the players who leave this in for some reason. Actually, wrong card. Should be this. Aha. It's for the strict prospector, which we have not drawn. Or proctor, sorry. That's why you don't leave in swords. That is why you don't leave in chalice, right? Like you just turn off your own cards. And it doesn't. The problem is this doesn't. It's a bad top deck, also, and it doesn't impact the board. It's hand disruption against an aggro deck, more or less. All right, we're gonna run them over right now. This game was never really close. Yeah, this again, like this game was never really close. Uh, there's like so many ways to kill here. Yeah, Hoof is in the graveyard. Not that it matters. I mean, we're like a million. We're so far ahead. I think overall tonight, I think we played it 3 times and we went 2-1, or maybe 2-2. I don't. It might have been 2-2. I feel like we lost to it twice and we beat it twice. But yeah, none of the games close. Particularly, they misboarded, so asterisk, but that's a whole different spiel. Uh, one more, I guess. Here's the card that we're splashing white for. I mean, we haven't drawn it, but it's like reasonable against Doomsday too. Yeah, so the data is it's gonna be one way or another. It's a heavily lopsided, and usually on the play it's kind of insane. So I think, yeah, just win the die roll, play a loaded dice, right? I think we went 2-2. I could be wrong. Maybe we went 2-1, and we actually only lost once. It just feels worse. We definitely lost to Micrograms, and we definitely lost to Justin. But it felt like we played another person too, and yeah, I don't remember, but we definitely lost twice because we lost to Micrograms and we lost to Justin, and then I think we won twice because we beat one other player too that I don't remember. So we went 2-2 on the night, but none of the games close. So Kern, I just responded to you on Discord. My apologies. I've been streaming, so I've been in and out, but I think right now, yeah, Spear Guy's a necessary evil. It's debatable whether 2 Spear Guy or 3, right? I kind of like the first crop because you don't really want to draw 2 Spear Guys. It's like really bad. But at least Spear Guy and like crop kind of stack. But hopefully that makes sense, right? Like we go back to Kieran's list that he qualified for the showcase qualifier. He played essentially the same list I did. I think 75 out of 75. Thank you for the sub, Hayabusa Magic. This could be 3 now that I'm playing against Eddie. I feel like he's gonna be on the initiative deck. I've been trying to get him to play elves again, but he hasn't. Or probably. I feel like we have to kind of keep this hand. Oh, he's on humans again. It's funny. So he runs Wasteland. Ooh, that is quite good for us. I think this matchup's quite good. You can lose, but like their deck kind of lines up very poorly against ours, for what it's worth.
So I think we play the Cradle and leave Reclaimer up. Obviously, they could have Pontiff. They know what we're on because he plays at my LGS, but looks like what's her? I forgot. The one got banned in standard. White, green, blue. Yeah, Reflector Mage. It's gonna probably bounce the Artisan here. I gotta go sleep. Long day tomorrow. Good night. For sure, Kern. I'll respond later. I think you can't cast the next turn or something. Sure. We have a lot of ways to kill here. Natural Order's lethal pretty soon. It actually already is. So the debate here becomes like, do we deck thin or not? Probably the answer is probably always. Sure, that's fair too, Jin Jubel. Jubei. Uh-oh, that's not good. What is going on here? Torok? Okay, I definitely was not playing around that. Well, okay. Definitely was not playing around that. So this is pretty good heads up play from Eddie because they want to get the damage in, right? And otherwise they can't at the moment. I think we want to be a little bit leery of life. So one thing we could do is here we're gonna pitch the fetch for the Arbor this way. We're not playing around sweepers anymore. Like ooh. Okay. We can 15 ball our Eddie right now, but that leaves us a little bit open.
Bouncing the tar is relevant here actually. So we go to 9. That thing's gonna grow again. We have 2 turns, I think. So it might be okay. The grist's not doing anything, right? Like on this board. I guess it can make a creature, but that doesn't really do anything. Hmm. Do we want to fetch to thin? Probably. Oof, that's brutal. Nope. The reflector mage hitting the him probably loses the game. I think I'm still feeling okay about this matchup though. Less room margin for error for sure. Whenever a permanent entering the battle causes a triggered ability to counter that ability unless its controller plays 2. So I think it stops all of their growing if I understand this correctly. And potentially like flashes in our endurance is kind of bit nuts actually. I don't think we want agent. Shepherd here looks kind of loose. The rest is probably okay. So I think here, this hand we just flood the border. Proctor, we can actually pay the 2 for our own thing. So can they? So it's debatable which one is better. I just want to try Proctor because it seems like the upside is a little bit higher. The floor may be a little bit lower, but we'll see. Also, it hits Saga randomly. Yeah, it counters the grow triggers, which is kind of disgusting actually. If we can end with a win tonight, I think it's a pretty successful stream. We think we learned a lot. Some things were already obvious, like win the die roll. But other things were not so obvious, right? Eddie just realized it was me here. What are we doing here? I think we just do that and then see what Eddie does. We technically, I don't want to expose Kratos to Wasteland is the only thing. I don't know if his list currently plays Wasteland or not, but it's just something that we don't. I think we don't need to afford to play around if that makes sense. Obviously, if they have like the kite sail freebooter here, it's kind of bad for us, but yeah, actually, in that situation, maybe I should have played the artisan, right? So I kind of regret not doing so. All right, they're gonna name natural. So yeah, it's hurt me, right? Like that I didn't play. Ooh, no respect for the natural order. I don't think I'm gonna. I'm supposed to respect solitude here. Out of that deck, I could be wrong, but yeah, Proctor might be pretty interesting. Fine. I mean, shout out to Twitch chat. Ooh, I love one card. I hate two. My God. It's one dead card. Like kind of like two dead cards. I don't think I can afford to do that. The Caracas is a killer on that hand. I think this might be okay though. Actually, maybe not. We want the Proctor. Or... Yeah, I guess we do. We don't play sideboard cards for. If we're not gonna keep them, might as well not board them in, right? Kind of interesting because it stops Pontiff too, which is nice. It has a big butt too. I like that a lot. I think we do it now. Before we can't. Saga's a triggered ability. Alright, there's a wasteland, but I think we'll live with it. I don't think we could have gone any lower, right? I think he has flying too, if I were. Maybe not. I think Reclaimer is just a higher value, so. Hmm. See me the chapter. Has lifelink, right? Oh, no, no, no. I think the other thing has lifelink. Let's get that guy's cradle. She's like a flash creature potentially is coming down. Or they just have all ETBs. That's the other thing. It could be. Um I think we play that just in case. Get I think I get another reclaimer. Actually, Arbor here is pretty nice. I hate this. This happens all the time. It's gonna move when I click, so I have to wait till it's finished. Moto at its finest. Oops, let me bring back the screen. Oh my god, come on. Why can't they fix this bug? Like, it's ridiculous. Now it's just up to the magic gods, right? Like, I gotta pray it's not gonna lag me out. It's kind of. God. Thank you. All right, I think he conceded maybe because it felt like he was behind on board. I don't know. List actually felt better. I think Spear Guides definitely that. I think that Delver matchup. I think I win under most circumstances. Like they had pretty nuts hand. What was our other loss? Our other loss was to okay. I'm not gonna take that Rhino's deck seriously. I think it was fine. I mean, it seemed pretty decent to be honest. Like maybe won a third one. Like over the revival. We're like conceding points to Reanimator, but maybe that's okay, right? Like it is good against Doomsday for what it's worth. Like it's a turn two, pretty relevant, right? Anybody have any questions? I think this list felt pretty good. I think I like the four shepherds. I don't want to randomly lose to Chalice game one. Um, like sometimes they have to keep it. They don't know what you're on. I think the mana base felt definitely a little bit weaker. Like we had, like because of the Caracas, which is why we had to cut the second Baseju. But I think I don't. I think we definitely need all the fast mana at the moment. So one crop, two Spirit Guide. The reason why I know three Spirit Guide is because you don't really want both, right? Like if you draw one or the other, at least they stack. Also, crop is kind of good with Caracas too. And then so we have four dorks, four reclaimer, just like all square in, right? Like four total BFF, four artisan, and then I think the deck kind of builds itself again, and then here probably you want a third, like if you want to just make sure you don't lose to. We have the extra sideboard slot too, right? You want to if we want to make sure we don't accidentally lose to initiative, right? And then four C's, four snuffs, like everything's like just all the best cards, I guess. That's probably the best way I can think of. All right. With that said, let's do streaming. Here is my socials again. Hopefully, people enjoy this like last minute cramming, so to speak. Modern glimpse. Unfortunately, not glimpse of nature. PT bench. PT bench is playing adventure. I don't know how sick everyone is of that at the moment, but it is legacy. So if you want to learn more about adventure, I will go ahead and raid them. But before I do that, anybody have any questions? All right. Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. I know we started slow, but I do think we're potentially on to something after a while, right? Like it could be rewarding experience here. All right. Otherwise, all right. Good night. Enjoy it again. And for those who are playing at Eternal Weekend, good luck. Finally, also good luck to everyone who is in the showcase qualifier. Eternal Weekend is online and in Philadelphia. So good luck to everybody who's playing. I'm not.